Hey everybody, if there's anybody. I know I didn't schedule this one, I wasn't thinking, so if nobody shows up I might call this a short one, but if folks do, hey, we'll see how it goes. This is Ration Museum Bulletin number 66. It is Sunday, March 20th, 2022, and we're back at my place doing some work on the database and working on that auto compress, auto watermark script. I got a Ameriqual disaster meal. If we stick around long enough for a meal, again, we'll see. I know usually when I get this far and haven't scheduled anything, it's generally a good sign that I'm not going to be online, but we'll see how that goes. All right, so still kind of getting everything up and running. Just got to log into the museum server. Oh, wait, that's right. I didn't get that working 100% on the museum server, so I'm going to log into my own server. We'll see how that goes. This week was a crazy one. Did not get very much done for the museum between streams. Been doing a code test with a lot of free time, and I decided, of course, I need to do more stuff. So I been working on a website for a bunch of friends that do a different stream. Almost done. Going to launch it tonight at midnight. So been working on it a lot over the last week, and going to work on it again after this. But should be almost to an okay point with that. So that should be all right. I gave myself a ticking clock on that because that helps. Yeah, scheduling really helps. Looks like I am alone in here. So we'll see. Like I said, if this is a short one, it's a short one. No problem. Let's see, what did I name this thing last week? I'm just looking at well, let's see, I'll switch over. Oh, that's right. I got all kinds of bits and pieces still open. So these are some of my just little web projects. I've got one that impersonates a former employee that took all of his conversations and ran them through an AI, and then if you want him to generate, or if you want to use this to generate something that he might have said, but with new context, you could do it. Then I have this piece here. DTIC was a scraper I built to pull all the data from the Defense Technical Information Center. What is the DTIC? Something like that. Then an InspiraBot thing. I forget what the Panama stuff is. Was that for the Panama Papers? I can't remember. But yeah, right now I'm just gonna collapse some stuff. Hey, Pete. Oh, no worries. We have Lidl around here? I thought that was... Oh, yeah. Lidl and Aldi are technically completely separate brands in the U.S. Or I guess everywhere. I don't know. Sorry, I just got to clean up a couple secret items in terms of, like, their keys and stuff to another group's work. And then I can bring this up on the screen. Hope everybody had a good week. Hey, we got Renee as well. There we go. And then we got, oh, I didn't do that yet. There we go. Now we got that. I was just looking at some of these things. So where the heck did I put the, oh, probably comp for converter. Yep, okay. So it's the converter. You guys can hear me, right? It looks okay, I think. And then we got the lower left. Okay, so we got our two primary screens going. Hey, Amelie, welcome to the stream. Yeah, well, there we go. Folks coming in anyway. Sorry I didn't remember to schedule anything. I'll admit I was also always a little anxious, you know, when I've got a whole ton of projects going on and I'm not sure, you know, whether or not I'm going to be able to, you know, do this for 4 hours on Sunday. Like I got a big one right now that it's okay, it's on hold, and then I was saying a few minutes ago I'm doing this code exam thing where it's like you know, I hope there's no coworkers watching, but it's a 9-part interview test that takes like a stupid amount of time to do, but it's for a really, really huge company. And I'm on stage 6. Yeah. I think I've got 6 stages down now. Let me just check on that. So, wait, no, I mean, it's a 9-stage test. I've got, I think, 5 complete. Yeah, I've got 5 complete. And as soon as you move into the next part, they start a timer. And you have a certain amount of time to get the whole thing done and submit it and get it reviewed before you can move on to the next stage. And if you don't get it done in the timer, that's it. The whole test is over. So, you know, it's one of those things where I want to start the next part, but I don't want to start it until I know I have enough time to do it. And I'm not really expecting you know, anything out of this. It's just a crazy, crazy challenge that I want to be able to say I did. And we'll see. We'll see. On the boulevard. What the heck? That's not popping into my brain. The boulevard. The boulevard. Like Columbus Boulevard? I mean, you might be right. Probably right. You know the city better than I do. I don't get out much. All right, so oh, you're fine, Pete. I think everything's come through perfectly clear. So let's see. We were looking at conversion last time. And that's this script here. Let me increase the size of this a little bit so it's a little easier to read. So basically, we installed some stuff that does all the hard parts in the background for us. And, you know, what we're doing is we read an image in from the spreadsheet. Is going to be how it eventually works, but right now I'm just plugging it in manually for testing. We read in our watermark, and then we put the watermark in the middle, in the middle or the bottom, oh, in the bottom left corner. That's right, we put the watermark in the bottom left corner. And then we compress the image down at 45% quality because we could not tell the difference at all the way down to 45%, and that shrinks the size way the heck down. We were looking at the originals were 3.9 megabytes, and the end result after all the compression was less than 1 megabyte, and honestly could probably even push that push that further. I'm just going to open up these images again, because everybody wants to see these a billion times. Roosevelt Boulevard. God, why didn't I think of that? It just reminded me, the only time I'd ever be up on Roosevelt Boulevard was when I was getting work done on my car, which is gone. Bah. I keep almost getting a car and not getting a car. You know, that's something I got to take care of eventually, you know, for sure. It's just the absolute worst time ever. And I know folks have offered. It's just, I don't want to go see a car, like, period. I'm too busy to go take an entire day to go try a car and not buy it. You know, like, that's insane. I can't lose a day. I can't lose an entire day. Like, if I was going to take a day and not work on stuff, I'd go see family. That's what I would do with a day, you know, that I'm not going to get something productive done, you know. It's just crazy. Like, and everybody's a liar in the used car market. Like, there was the one I wanted to go see last weekend. Turns out, you know, I called the guy up. Thankfully, I called before I went. And you know, it's listed, it's you know, it looks great, it sounds great, and he's like, oh, you know, I reused that picture, don't worry, the other one's, you know, pretty much the same. But and I'm like, okay, so what I want to do is show up, pay you what you're asking. I don't want to haggle, I don't care. You just have to guarantee that it does, you know, that it's in exactly the shape you state it's in, that it's got, you know, inspection for an entire year, because you guys do inspection, and you know, that I can drive away today with this car. And, oh, you can't drive away today. You know, I gotta get my guy to do this, and there's some work on the exhaust system, and oh, the hubs on the front are, they're in the shop somewhere, but you know, the guy hasn't installed them. So it's like, it's got no four-wheel drive switchover. It's got, you know, messed up exhaust. It's probably got rust. You know, and it's like, everybody's a liar. It's just the hardest thing in the world to find a car that's not a giant ripoff right now. I don't want, you know, anything new. I feel like if you're going to pay 50% more for a car than it's worth, which is just basically where it's at right now, that, you know, pick something cheap as hell so that the 50% extra is only a little bit. Because, like, you know, if you're going to buy a $10,000 car for $15,000, you're overpaying by $5,000. But if you're going to buy a $3,000 car for $4,500, that extra wasted money is only $1,500. Salvage titles, no thank you. I'm not driving a salvage title vehicle. Oh yeah, you're agreeing with me, and that's probably what one of these things was. You know, is they got a salvage vehicle, they fixed it up, and you just don't know what's going to go wrong on it. You're looking for a car now too, Jesse? And hey, welcome, by the way. Yeah, you know, if the end of the world comes, I got my eye on a bunch that haven't moved in a long time. I have had 2 cars that you had to hotwire to run, so that is demystified. Hotwiring an older truck is not at all hard. Actually, one of my trucks, it's still technically my truck. It's out in Nevada. Um, you've got to, I used to have to cross everything and spark it up myself, but now I rigged it and wired it so that there's literally, like, you reach under the steering column and there's a toggle switch, and you reach behind the column and there's a knob. So you reach back, you turn the knob until all the dash lights up and all the electric's running, then you reach under the column and you find that little switch and you pull it forward until the car starts, the truck starts, and then you let it go. And when it's time to shut it down, you have to reach behind the column again and pull the cutoff linkage and hold it until the engine stops. You know, hey, thing works, right? Like, I wasn't going to spend $400 on a new column for a $1,500 box truck. I got that thing, a great deal. It had no back. It had been in a fire. It had a shattered windshield. Had an exhaust leak. Its structural steel was a little screwy, but you know, it's fine now. Oh God, I'm gonna drive that thing again in a couple months. Ooh, 5 months. 5 months, and I get to drive that rolling death trap for about 100 miles each way. Just once out and once back from the open desert. I'm gonna try and do it at night this time. The electric's fine, the headlights are fine. I just want to take the way that there's going to be very few people on the road. You know, sorry I'm rambling about totally unrelated stuff today. It's just that's got in my head. It's been a giant pain. Oh my God, Exhibit might actually like how it's at right now. It's hot pink, and it's got a workshop inside. So it is, you know, I would consider it pimped. I think somebody's going to paint a mural on the side of it this year. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, Jesse, it's a Burning Man truck. It's the gear hauler for Camp Awesome Sauce, which I'm going back to this year. I haven't been out for real Burning Man in 4 years, so oh boy, it's going to be a lot. I'm going to be out there for like 13 days. You know, out in the desert for 13 days. I'll be gone for like 2 weeks. I'm gonna try and stream from out there. I'm going to, between here and there, try and get set up with an internet connection for the burn. I helped set one up for a friend, my buddy Duncan, 3 years ago. Yeah, 2019, when he went in. He had bought the gear that they recommend to take advantage of the internet that they supply with a satellite connection. So at the center of Burning Man, there's this mast that goes up. And I'm not talking about the man in the middle of like the big circle, but I mean the center camp in the middle of the main city complex. There's this massive mast that goes up. You know, I guess not massive. It's like 150 feet or something, and maybe just 100 feet. And it's got 4 main positional arrays on it that point out in the different angles of the city. And depending on where you are, you have to get different software for your setup, you know, to say which one you're going to talk to. But you get a little point-to-point microwave transmitter, and you put it on a mast in your own camp, and you point it at their system, and you get a nice solid link between the two. And then you break that out, and you can put your own network behind it and put your own in-camp Wi-Fi or use wired equipment or whatever you need to do. So Duncan had bought the point-to-point microwave dish, and the router and the wireless point that goes behind it, and he set it all up to run on solar, which I can't really do because I don't think I can travel with my solar setup. And now that I'm thinking about it, power is going to be the hard part. I have a really nice solar setup that would be more than enough for it. It's just I'm not flying with something that weighs 150 pounds and is, you know, massive. It'd be cheaper buying one out there, you know. But I don't want to buy a ton more gear for Burning Man. But yeah, if I got internet set up out there, I could stream. Or maybe if Duncan has his set up again, I could do a stream from near his camp. Because I just, you know, it'd be different, right? It'd be neat to do a live stream eating a ration at Burning Man and talking about, you know, the museum from out in the craziest place on earth. I'd have to worry about what my backdrop was because there could be stuff wandering by that would violate the terms of service on both Twitch and YouTube, but you know, we'll see. It's just an idea. Oh God, yeah. Jesse's saying the pimped out cars are pretty bad. Um, yeah, the problem is they make them look great for the show, but realistically, driving one of those for a couple years, there's no way to really maintain what they've done to it. You can't take it anywhere else to keep it in good shape when it's all custom rigged and crazy, and bit by bit it all breaks down, and then you're driving this weird like half awesome, half terrible Hulk. And a lot of the times they put way too much weight in them, with all the extra gear. So You know, if I was going to get a TV vehicle, I'd get a Back to the Future converted DeLorean. That's the second one. The second one, not the one with the Mr. Fusion, not the original, not the white wall tire one. Although I kind of like the white wall tires one. All right, I'm rambling. So over here we had the three. This is full quality. This is reduced to 85%. This is reduced to 45%. We were starting to see the slightest color change at 45% when super duper zoomed in. But honestly, not enough to matter. So I'm going to take that even further. We're going to go down to, let's jump all the way to 25% just for the sake of testing and see what comes out. Okay, and now this one should be reloadable. Okay, I'm starting to see some color degradation. But I mean, keep in mind this is only going to be the thumbnail, the smallest version. The big one is still going to be the big one. So up here, yeah, you see, oh. All right, so up in this corner, it's going to be slightly behind everything. Here we go. Up in this corner over here, this is the worst one, then the next best, then the perfect. You can only sort of see the color start to drop off and pixelation start. Now let's see what size that got down to. So we got down to 570K. So 570K, 573 divided by 3,000, let's call it 900 flat, 3,900 flat. So we're at 14%. So we've reduced the size of this image by 86% in terms of the download size of the thing. The actual dimensions are the same. So that's pretty good. But another thing we could do, oh yeah, something with more color variation. That's a good, that's a good point. And I was just thinking another thing we can do for the thumbnails is actually change the image dimensions, because then reducing to 85% is still good. What we're looking at right now is we want to get it so that the blown up versions are in a reasonable size to download, so that when you look at a product that's, a ration that's got, say 9 pictures on it, that you don't need to download. It was going to be 45 megabytes, for one to open up that Explorer. So like, when you're looking at the site and you click through to one of these and you click through again, this, where you're looking at the large size, this is going to download the biggest one we put in there. So if you're looking at 9 images and they're all these 3.9s, you're going to be downloading, 36. I guess you'll be downloading like 36 at that point, which is a lot, on a cell phone without high-speed internet. That's, undoable. So we want to get it so that the blown-up ones aren't insane. So I think 45 might be where it's at for the biggest ones, because then, it would be 8 megabytes or 7 megabytes, and most pages would be 2. So let's take Amelie's suggestion and try one that's a lot more colorful. Chinese navel. Come back over here. We'll save this and we'll call it. You know what, we can still call it test. I'm going to bump this back to 45. Well, actually, first we'll do 100. Well, I guess we don't need to turn compression quality on. If we're going to do 100%, we just run the system. And then we'll do compression at 85% as test 2. And then we'll do compression at 45% for test. I'm sorry to hear that, Renee. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. You know, I hope you feel better. Drink some water, get some air, and hope you feel right as rain soon. All right, so we'll refresh all of these. All right, so let's look at a section that's got the most variation on color. All right, so 100%, 85%, 45%. I think that's totally fine. I am going to take it down to 30% this time. And we're going to see what that does. Alright, so we'll put these back and then we'll refresh this one for 30%. I mean, it still seems to take a little while to load up. Probably just because it's so big, but alright. Clicking in the same spot. So this is 30%. This is 85, and this is 100. Like, I can see the slightest shifting when I keep jumping back and forth between 85 and 30, 85 and 30. Let's look at the output size on these. So we're down to 470K versus 3.9 megs. So I'm going to call 30% our target on the largest scale image. And I think that'll still look great. And that'll make, loading these pages real slick. You know, plus the other thing is, if this, at least for the time being, is going to run in my basement, you know, it's going to need to run quick. You know, I'm not a full-on data center. Although, you know, 1,000 people looking at every image on here every hour wouldn't even put a tiny little dent in the bandwidth I have available, so I don't think that's a big problem. All right, so compression, I think we have figured out. We're going to go with 30 for the main image, and now we need to resize these things. So scale image is what we used before. This was all that extra that we don't need anymore. So we're gonna, eventually we're gonna put in a piece that's gonna open metadata CSV and go through the images. So we're going to need to go through every column. We're going to need to put everything back exactly how it was. That's going to be a little tricky, and we're going to need to make all the images and store them And eventually we're going to need to have a way to know that we've done this before so that we don't just keep redoing the same ones. Yeah, it's all pretty tricky, huh? So, hey, MFOs. Welcome, welcome. Let's see, so for now, let's, So we're going to open the file. For reading, and we're going to make that metadata file. Then we're going to go through every row one by one, starting with the headers. So call that metadata headers equals, grab the first row from that file, and we're going to do while the current item equals, and we're going to do the same, grab a row. So that's an actual action that's going to set this value, current item, equal to the next row that it pulls. And we're going to put that in its own little bracket there and then say while that not equal false, which is just a way of saying as long as there's another row, run this function again. So every time you run this function, it takes the next row and then tells it, tells itself to move on down. So so this is going to say for every single row in this file, do these things. What we know that we have in here, we're going to be able to stop doing image small, image thumb for the most part because I can put them into the new output. So let's see, I can say metadata new header equals, and then we want this to be an array of all the things from this row along here, which we can shortcut by grabbing back out of the example file that we've got over here. So I don't want to shortcut doing a bunch of nonsense, so I'm just going to say for every comma in here, give me closing quote, comma, a line break, and an opening quote. Bam, then we turn that into a nice big list of objects so that we can tell real quick what do we have covered here and in what order, and then we can fill in the gaps. So what we're going to need to do is have a thumb for, or no, a small for everything beyond the first. We don't need a thumbnail for everything beyond the first because we're not going to be loading thumbnails anywhere except the main search page. We're going to be only loading that one small image. Let's see. So when you're looking at the items page, this one here is the thumbnail, and then you click through. This one here is the small, right? I'll have to double check. Yeah, thumbnail, then small, and then when you click through, this is regular. So we're going to compress the regular. We're going to then resize the compressed regular to make the small. And only for the first image, we're going to make the thumb as well. And then that way we've got individual images that are all as small as they can be, as clean as they should be, and we can run through the whole spreadsheet, build out the additional fields, not need to track all of them, and honestly we can chop out small and thumb from the spreadsheet that we're bringing in. So that'll be nice. Yeah, that'll be neat. So then we don't have to put the same image in here 3 times, which is what we're doing right now, under these different values. And then we'll also be able to, at some point, change these names to just make it make more sense. I just need to recode part of the site so that that works with it. So we've got this big old list, and we're going to put small for each of these. So we'll do image 2 small, image 3 small. And actually, it'll just be faster if I do So is anybody looking forward to any movies coming out, or any games coming out, or anything like that? Yeah, I'm not sure if Kaylin's streaming tonight. I know generally in the streaming world, Sundays are kind of calm. Friday nights are pretty crazy. I don't really intend to ever compete with Friday night streamers. You know, they're pretty big. Or I mean, that's usually reserved for the pretty big guys. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to do Sundays forever. I'd like to get to a point where I'm doing, you know, Monday night streams or Monday and Wednesday night streams or something like that. I do intend to start streaming more on Twitch and keeping the weekly show on YouTube and Twitch. But Top Gun 2 is going to be good. Yeah, if that ever comes out, you know. I don't know. Do you think it's actually going to be good? Are you excited for Top Gun 2? I was only ever so on Top Gun in the first place. All right, so we've got our new structure here. And basically what we're going to want to do is pull the current stuff, map it so that it can be called by these different values, then build out the new one when we're done with each row. So we'll want to, let's see, get current row, and map it. Walk through each image. Actually, we'll want to walk through convert, compress the first image separately, because then we can just apply different logic to it. This doesn't have to be the most complex thing in the world. Then we're going to do convert, compress the remaining 8. So then we can just loop through those. I mean, technically we could always do if... No, because it's not even named image 1, it's just named object location for now. So Yeah. And then last part is rebuild new output row and write to output file. So let's see, we're going to want to make an output file up here. I'm going to call this output header instead of new header. Output file, we're going to do open file, we'll call it just output for now. We'll come back and change that. We're going to open this up for writing. And first thing we're going to write to it is the new header row that we just made. So if I exit the program right there and don't let all the rest of this run, and then we go over here and we run this. Oh, syntax error. Oh, I missed a comma here. That matters. Syntax error. I missed another comma right there. Come on now, commas are important. Okay. So now we'll have another file in this directory called output. If we look at that output file, that should just be the header row. Yep. See, here's our new header row. We got all of our image 7 small, image 8 small, etc., etc. And then we look at the one that we had as input, and we can compare and see that this first row got a lot bigger because it's got all our new values. So we can close that out. So for the most part, what we're going to map is going to be the same, and then we're going to overwrite the the pieces that we don't need to be the same. So we could probably do a for each. Well, first let's get the current row and map it. So we'll do current item raw and current item, which we'll do array combine, and we'll do the metadata header and the current row or current item raw, and that gives us the ability to then say call these items by their field names. Is there no mouse showing on this screen? What the heck? I don't know. It's what's wrong sometimes. So that's got to be confusing, and I'm sorry. Like, I can see it when it's over these columns, but as soon as I go over the main section here, it's just gone. That's weird. I don't know how to fix that. That's got to be annoying for you guys. I'm sorry. I'll highlight things more often. See, when I do that, then you can see, I don't know what it is. Next, they should make a TMBG movie. They Might Be Giants. I'd watch that. I'd watch a movie about those guys and their life. They're making a Weird Al movie with Daniel Radcliffe. Okay, that's got to be okay. Wait, you worked on it? Oh, you just met him. You met him this week. Yeah, I've never heard anything but good things about him. I always wanted to watch that show, Willard. I saw this. I saw Sin City was probably the last thing I saw with Elijah Wood in it, and it was maybe not the last thing, but yeah, he's pretty horrifying in that. Yeah, he was Frodo in all those movies. all the Lord of the Rings movies. You know, we put so much, you know, into you know, celebrity worship, like who are these people, what are they like, et cetera, et cetera. They're just folks, you know, for the most part. You know, I can't imagine living that kind of life. And you know, then it's like, for most of us, if you work and you make a couple $1,000,000 doing something, like that's it, you're good, you're done. You can do whatever you want. But they're just expected to keep going forever and ever and ever, you know? It's like I respect the actors that like do their 2 or 3 like major movies, make their money, don't waste it on like a mansion, and just retire immediately and they're done. You know, like that to me is the smart approach. So he was in The Faculty. Oh my God, the horror movie from like 20 years ago? Was he a little kid? I don't know. That's good to hear. You know, I mean, that's the kind of celebrity news I'm fine with, is when somebody's like a class act through and through, like Keanu Reeves or you know, one of those kind where they're just nothing but solid. All right, so right now we've got this mapped array where we can print this out just to show you guys what any of this stuff is. And I don't know if anybody's like paying attention to the level that they would consider like that they're learning some code, but this is what I do. This is what, you know, on the side when I think of an idea and I need to take data and make it into something else. All this stuff exists in there, and I just have to get it down on paper, or I mean in code. So we can push this. What did I forget? Where did I forget it? Line 58, missing it. Oh, yeah, okay. So that's actually not in use. I just started an unfinished thought there. Okay, so that's what this is going to look like. Let me increase the font size here, if I can. Change settings. Appearance, font size, let's go to size 18. That's a little too big. Let's do that one more time. Let's do font size 14. Yeah, okay. So that's a little better than it was before, I think. So this is now what that's created. That's made a reference with titles so that now I can call an item by latitude. I can call an item by right statement, etc. And what I need to do is apply old to new when I do the rebuild without having to one by one call all these things. So we can do, to start it, you know, for each output header as output key, which is gonna go through this list up here one item at a time and call it output key. So then I can say we're gonna make this output row and each cell in it, we're going to use the output key name. We're going to set it equal to an item that might not be there, so I'm going to put an @ symbol in there. because I don't want it to throw errors when something's not there, and that's how you do that. So we'll say for each one we're going to do at, and then we're going to get the current item with the same output key. So if it exists, we'll populate the new one. So let's take a look and see if this works. And we should see everything unchanged, but what we're going to do then is overwrite all the stuff we changed in the current one as we're going through it. So then we dump all that into this output row, or this output line in the spreadsheet, without having to do title equals title, description equals description, etc., through every single thing. So we'll do output row, and then we'll exit that as well. Just want to take a look at that. And what am I going to miss? I know I'm going to miss something. No, this looks like it might be clean. All right, so here we go. So then you see, compared to the first run through where we've got image 2, image 3, image 4, now we've got these extra rows. Image 2 small, image 3 small, etc. Huh. Are they supposed to be objects? I'm confused there. Oh, I must have been changing something. Huh. Oh, yeah, I changed something in there. And actually, I need to be right back. Gotta hit the bathroom real quick. Just bear with me. Okay, I'm back. Oh, hey, we got somebody over on Twitch. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the stream, Nobra HD. Good to have you. I know we're still just starting over there. I don't have any alerts set up, so if you toss me a follow, I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I didn't call that out. This is all still just kind of ramshackle thrown together. I'm coming over from YouTube, where I've been streaming for a year and a half or so. So, welcome. Hope you're still here. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Yeah, we're putting together the nuts and bolts behind a museum collection website that's driven by a metadata spreadsheet, so that volunteers can help put the put the information together that the website will show without needing to learn the whole complexity of the website and without needing to log in on the website itself and all that kind of stuff, so that the site can exist without logins, without an admin panel, and all that, which also means there's nothing to log into to hack, or any of that. It's just files. It's literally just files once it's compressed, or I mean compiled. So the idea will be to eventually be able to just basically push a button, get the spreadsheet, compress it, or run it, compress and watermark all the images, put them in the right place, recompile the website, and get it online, with just the push of a button. So then the long and arduous work of filling out the entire collection in this spreadsheet over here isn't in vain, because it's and so the site can load really well. So look at all this awesome work that Amelie's done already, putting all this together, putting identifiers and these tags in here. We got all these tags, which in the end make it so that we can go in here and we can say, I want to see everything that's tagged Ration, or I want to see everything that's tagged Crimea. We've got one Crimean conflict ration from 2014, or two actually. Or I want to see everything that's tagged Japan. We got two tagged Japan, and that's all. That's all just by putting words in this spreadsheet and then running it through a program that makes the rest of the site. So it's pretty cool. Amelie says, help, I'm dumb. How do I create a new Google Sheet in the folder for box 7? All right, let's do that. Let's do that real quick. So then you can replay this chunk of video later. All right, so let's see. Go to Museum Collection. Go to Collection Photos. Going to go to box 7. And going to click New. New from over here. New Google Sheets. Box 7 links. And then we're going to do, what's it? Extensions, photo gallery, right? Photo gallery. Use existing album. Pick box 7. Hey, it's in the space. It's gonna get overwritten. Yeah, you see that? That made it angry. All right. Current. Yeah, we'll see. It should be fine now. So then that's gonna think for a minute, and bam, here we go. And then I forget if I was doing other steps on this. I feel like I was. Oh, are you on it? Yeah, okay. So then you do the public thing. Okay, you're on it. All right, so back to, we'll jump back over to the coding screen. Or actually, I'll jump back over here for anybody that hasn't seen this kind of stuff. So this is every one of the boxes that we spent a year cataloging, just going through everything that I've personally collected for 15 years and just had stored, dense, packed in like U-Haul boxes and stuff, because I've moved a bunch of times. Just went through all of that item by item, put it in a spreadsheet, and took a bunch of pictures of it, and then put it in a box with other items like it, and moved on to the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. And the end result, spreadsheet-wise, is this master catalog that has everything in the museum collection that we've gone through so far. There's still probably 100 items to get cataloged, but yeah, we're at almost 1,000 things in the spreadsheet, and then there's one line item that's like 153 things or 103 things. So we're well over 1,000 items now that have been photographed and added to the collection. So each of these has a box number. So like we can see here down on the left, we've got box 61, has Civil Defense Handbook, Auxiliary Police, Rescue Squads, Messengers, etc., 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 etc. Oh, actually, no, this one is a box of 106 items, and they are all on the spreadsheet. Well, that's good, actually. I'm happy for that. So that's box 61. Right here, we're looking at box 7, just as that example, and that's got, hey, this one is from Kalen. This West German ration. You know, and another thing I can jump into real quick, so like all these need to be rotated, so I could grab them, download, get a zip file, open it, dump these out, and then rotate them, next, rotate them, next, rotate them, next, rotate them, next, rotate, next, rotate. And then just take these 6 and just drag them right back over here and drop and replace and upload. And that's that. And I wanted to show you that, Amelie, in case you were doing it a more complicated way, because it seemed like rotating was a bit more of a pain. But that's all you got to do, and then they're rotated. And you can do a whole bunch at a time. I just did those 6 together just to, just as a quick example. But a lot of these items in the collection aren't right side up because the camera kept realigning itself. Oh man, a lot of these aren't right side up. Oh, so many are not right side up. But like, yeah, it's download, get a zip, I just find it's much easier to grab like that, control click a whole bunch, dump these out. Oh no. And then you can just rotate. Yeah, you don't need to rotate all of them, but the pedantic part of me says, I should have them all rotated the right way eventually anyway. All right. Replace existing, upload. And it just jumps around and gets them one by one. Yep, there we go. So now all those are rotated. But yeah, you know, that's just all the background work that has to happen to make the museum happen. Just to show you guys, you know, that's what these streams are going to be about for a little while, is just background, background, background. You know, all the little bits and pieces. Especially now more than ever in these trying times. God, I'm sure nobody's missing that phrase, being on TV every 5 seconds, you know. But yeah, now more than ever, everybody wants to do everything online. So having the museum mainly be an online institution is what is the reality of it. There's going to be a place where people can go and can walk through and can do research and can do work and can, you know, sit at a desk and go through, you know, whatever, and where people can come take a walking tour. And I don't know where it's going to end up. You know, almost certainly not going to be where I'm at now in Old City, Philly. But you never know how things work out. But you know, wherever it is eventually, I'm sure across the course of a given year, there'll be so many hundreds or maybe even thousands of people that come through the museum in person and take the tour and look at the displays and engage, you know, there, you know, physically. And then there'll be thousands and thousands and thousands of people that come to the websites and look at it and look things up and, you know, copy out the pictures to reference for stuff, you know, etc. So the website's going to be where most people see things. Oh, hey, I didn't say hi, Dubsy. You've been here for a while. What the heck's wrong with me? And I didn't say hi to Spicy Tuna Rolls. And, you know, let's see if I missed anybody else. James, welcome to the stream. So we got yeah, we got a good crew going on. And Nobra asked if I'm coding PHP a little while ago. Yeah, I'll try and be a little more up to date. Usually I'm seeing this stuff in real time. I just kind of lost track with looking at you know, looking at all these photos. Oh my God, was all that rotation not on screen? Was I not showing that on screen this whole time? Did you guys see me doing all the file rotation stuff? Or was that I had it on the left screen and didn't have it up on the main screen that whole time? It's like, it's not the end of the world, but that would be boring, you guys just sitting there staring at the PHP while everything I did was on another screen. I think that's what just happened, so sorry about that. We'll do a quick example here. You know, these two need to be rotated. These two need to be rotated. These two need to be rotated. So, go download. Oh, you did see it. Okay. Sorry. I must have just transitioned back. Still going to do the set. Oh no, that was fine. Oops. Ignore that. So we got that. Got that. Get you the heck out of here. right, that's enough of that. Then we'll bring these back over here. Upload those. And they swap those out, and we'll go back to code. Oh well. So that was a nice distraction there. Sorry about that. What we're trying to do, oh hey, why is this upside down now? I didn't even realize that this watermark somehow ended up on the opposite side of the image somehow. Did I rotate it? How the heck did that happen? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking back at this. This watermark ended up in the upper right, upside down. And looking at the code, we got scaling. Yeah, there should be nothing that would make that watermark flip. This one's the one we just saw a second ago, Pete. This one's Chinese Navy. It's like a little cardboard box with a tray inside, and you know, a couple thermostabilized packets in the tray. Why the heck beans would this flip it upside down? Because it was previously just fine, and it was over in this bottom left-hand corner like it was before. That's going to bother me. I'm going to have to figure that out. Composite over. Margin of 50 and a height minus 200, so it should start 200 before the corner. And it did it for all three of these. Yeah, Pete, if you go to that link that Amelie just posted in the chat, you can see everything that's been uploaded so far. Keep in mind, though, it's all the super giant images of stuff. So, why in the heck would it flip these? So I can take... I can take this whole block of code out for now. Well, I guess I'll leave it there, but I'm going to make a new file. All right, test.php. We're going to go back into this. I'm going to dump this there. And let's see, so we're going to open the image, read the image, open the watermark. We're going to figure out the width and height of the main image and the watermark image. Then we're going to figure out, we're going to scale it. We're going to upscale the watermark by 5. Then we're going to do composite over. Let me take out the compression step and run this again. And that's this one. So yeah, it's upside down and backwards. See, it's watermark.png. Unless I somehow flipped this upside down and backwards. No, okay, so that's normal. If I don't scale it first, and I do this again, and I refresh this again, okay, yeah, it's tiny, tiny, tiny. That wasn't happening before, though. This was that whole block that we cut out. But this wasn't running, so this didn't do anything. Great, now, oh wait, sorry, I'm talking over the wrong screen, so now I gotta figure out see, upside down composite. Because the image, no, that doesn't make any sense. Composite over was working. I swear, we were looking at images just the other day and we had no problem. See, this is the crazy stuff that goes on in the background that I can't for the life of me figure out why. Hey Paul, welcome to the stream. Hey Nick, how's it going? Hey, we got Nick in here. Right now you're watching me troubleshoot some PHP. So I'm looking through trying to figure out why all of a sudden this is happening. Where the image is being rotated and stuck up in the corner. Is it because the image itself got rotated and it's still got some kind of reference saying, you know, that is the corner of the bottom corner of the image? That'd be crazy. Like if it just carries some kind of reference or something that it was upside down. Was this one of the ones that got rotated back? Emily, I'm not sure. Oh, she said she was going to be gone for a couple minutes. You write PHP now, Nick? I wouldn't put it past you. Set gravity, gravity northwest. All right, let's see if I set gravity on this thing. Right before I composite the image. That might have something to do with it. It doesn't make any sense because I'm thinking maybe on the ones that we didn't have to rotate, it doesn't care what direction something is, but on the ones we rotated, there might be some like leftover in its brain that knows that it used to be in a different position. So let's do gravity south and just see what that does. Reconvert. Doesn't like it. Maybe because it's a capital I here and it's been lowercase I. See, problem on line 4. HTTP request failed. Everything's just weird sometimes. All right, so am I just looking at the wrong one this whole time? So we've got, yeah, we've got it stuck to the wrong corner. Hey, Starvoss, welcome to the stream. I'm coding a system to take in images from a Google spreadsheet from a spreadsheet that we pull from Google that's referencing all these images here that are coming from museum collection boxes. So we're taking these. These are huge though. They're like 4 megabytes a piece. And I'm writing a program to download them, put a watermark over them, resize them, and recompress them. So the main code we're working on here, and then put them all back in the spreadsheet and put their converted versions into the folder for the website. So the goal here is to be able to just keep on sticking the links to these items in the Google box, like in the drive in the box in the Google Drive, to just put them into this information spreadsheet for how the museum collection loads up on the website, and then in the background do all the extra work to convert those images, resize those images, store those images for the website, and put watermarks on them. So that was working great. Just the resize and watermark test. And then I had a wrench thrown at me where, for whatever reason, it thinks this corner up here is the bottom left corner of the image. And I'm betting it has something to do with whether or not it was rotated. So we're going to go back to this first line, first image, and do that as the test. And if that's what's going on, maybe I just figure this out some other way later. and not worry about it too much. So I'm running the code. What this is going to do is download this image, read out the watermark file, get the dimensions of both, rescale the watermark file, which honestly I could just scale up one and cut out half of this work, but it's fine. This set gravity didn't do anything, so actually I'm going to turn that off, rerun this. Then composite the watermark over the main image, 50 from the left, and the height of the image minus 200, so basically all the way to the bottom and then back up 200, because you start in the upper left corner of an image at 0, 0, and then as you go across, as you go across to the other side, it counts up, and as you go down, it counts up. So if the image is 500 by 500 pixels, that corner is 0, 0, and that corner down there would be 500, 500. So what I'm trying to do is do 50 and the height minus 200 to bring it back up. So let's see what this one did. It has to do with the rotation. It has to do with the rotation, because look, here's this one, and this one's sideways. So it somehow knows, after an image has been rotated, where the bottom used to be. That's annoying as heck, because now I have to think up another step to put in this code to to create a new bottom, basically. And that's, okay, all right, that's a nice wrench. So we can take one that we know worked. I'm going to grab this very first one that we know we didn't rotate, and just so I don't feel completely crazy, I'm going to save that in there. I'm going to run this again, and then when I look at this image, yeah, you can see it's bottom left. And that's all the tests were bottom left, but then as soon as I started working with a rotated image, yeah, so that happens. This is the weird side of tech, and this is all these little programs that you take for granted sometimes, all this extra stuff that's going on. Hey Mike, hey Rosie, welcome both of you. Good to have you both here. And thank you guys over on Twitch for jumping in. I appreciate it. We're just starting out on Twitch, so trying to build up a following over there. Personally, I like Twitch a lot more. I spend a lot more time, hanging out on streams over there. But I like the structure of it, and I'll bring in all the alerts and all the interactivity stuff, and emojis and all that soon. But good to have you guys. So anyway, we know this part works, but we don't know why it is setting, or sticking to the original rotation. Even after it's been changed and saved. So that's different. That's not what we want. Convert image, gravity south, blah, 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 blah. Calculate the coordinates at the top left corner. Use exec. Gravity south. Let's try this. So rather than get too crazy with the code, what I'm going to try and do is run this manually. I'm going to say, let's see, does the convert command work? Yeah, okay, so we're going to do convert. We'll do test2. Gravity south. Test 2.1.jpg. And then we'll load that up and we'll see, did that actually flip it? So if it thinks this up here is the bottom, what I'm trying to do is see, well actually, might not be able to see any difference in converting the gravity. Let me go back to the code then. So you can say convert, draw over, or draw, let's see, image over 50, comma, let's call it 400, just to, should be on the left and down from the top by 400. 50, comma 400, 0, comma 0. Oh, that might be another way to do it. There might be a way to say from such and such. I don't know. And watermark.png, close that out, push that to test 2.2.jpg. Gotta put the T in convert. Unable to open image draw. Oh, duh. Okay, so we're going to open test2.jpg. We're going to draw over it. So there we go. So now test 2.2 exists. Let's look at, take that, new tab, test 2.2. Okay, so it's drawing a tiny one down here in the bottom right. So it definitely thinks this is 0, 0, and it's going up from there. So now let's try that same command with the gravity part and see if that, in combination with this, will work. Gravity south. Now we'll go back to the image and we'll do a refresh. So now it's got it in the top center. That's interesting. So it's like, oh, okay. How about gravity southwest? Right? Yeah. Gravity southwest. Nope. Oh, and it was upside down before, wasn't it? Yeah, it's still upside down. So gravity isn't what we want. Yeah, we don't want gravity. Gravity's just for positioning. So what I want to do is set the top left to 0, 0. Magic set top left 0. The offset origin is not at the top left corner. Okay, yeah. So repage. Repage might be what we want. So now we'll try that real quick. And this is coding. You want to do something, you have no idea why it's doing a weird thing. You go ahead and you try it again, and you try it again, and you try it again. After looking up what other people have done. So let's see, we're going to try repage. We won't try gravity here. And come on, nope, that didn't do it, or else we'd be seeing it already. Yeah, it's still upside down and in this corner. So it's not repage. Now, let's see. Get image orientation. Set image orientation, orientation top left. That might be what we want. All right, so we're going to set image orientation top left. We're going to try this one more time. And then we'll try it again, and we'll try it again, and we'll try it again, and we'll try it again. Let's see, so we'll do PHP test.php. All right, that's finished. So now this is the one we messed with. Oh wait, no, that's going to be fine because that's got the image that was working. So we'll go back to one that wasn't. We'll do that again. This should be fine right here. Yeah, that's still fine. So now we'll run this again. Hey Robert, good to have you today. Mike's asking if we all had a good weekend. I definitely did. It's been a busy, crazy weekend. But hey, it's been really fun. Got a lot done. You know, getting some stuff done here. I mean, this is what the reality of it. All right, so we got that. Yeah. Oh. So it unrotates it to do that. Okay. So we set the orientation. Okay. So that's not what I want. I wonder if writing it to a new image and loading the new image will handle this. Let's try that. Let's try something crazy here. We're gonna do, it seems like a extra waste. So I'm gonna call this, actually I'll just take this section. We'll call it temp image. Temp image is coming in from Google, and then we're going to do temp image write image. Temp.jpg. And then we're going to do read image temp.jpg. And that probably won't work, but let's see. So, because it'll probably still just carry the EXIF data through. .403 forbidden. Google better not be getting sick of me reading these. .403 forbidden. Image is still there. Great. Please don't block my server. Okay. Call to undefined function. Oh, missing a right arrow. So, looking at what just happened there with the 403 errors, Google, for whatever reason, rejected the call for the image twice in a row. So, knowing that, now I'm going to need to put into every one of these passes a check to see if the response is a 403, and if it's a 403, pause and do it again. Oh boy, oh boy. This is the barrel of laughs. All right, so we got that run through. Let's see if just saving it and then reading the saved one and writing onto that, if that works. No. So it doesn't change its orientation to just save it and come back from that. So that's not going to work. So we'll need to read out orientation and do some kind of change. Okay. So it looks at get image orientation and it gets a number back. So what we need to be looking for is a magic change or overwrite orientation. So we could try, let's see, we're going to try in command line, modify, we're going to do modify temp.jpg, and then we're going to just start from that. Okay, modify temp.jpg. Oh no, I guess we got to do the orient first. Modify orient top left. Oh, wait. Is it top left or is it left top? Top left. Do modify orient top left temp. Modify is not found. Mogrify. Oh geez. Mogrify. That's what it says. So mogrify. And then back in the code, we will take out the part that pulls the image from Google and just work with the temp one, and we'll see what comes out. So it just rotates it again. Yeah, I know, Robert, this is going to be Greek for a while. I don't know what half this stuff means. There's data on an image that defines all kinds of aspects about it. That data is following through all these conversions. And one of the things that we have to do, because I took the picture sideways in a lot of cases, is rotate them. In this case, I took the picture upside down. We took the end result and we rotated it around, and we resaved it, rotated it around. We put it up on the website, everything's fine. Now that I want to put a watermark on it, it's watermarking based on the upside down version, not on the right side up version. So all I'm trying to figure out right now is how to override that. You know, and it is annoying as heck. Because I want to put something in the bottom corner no matter what it was. And there's just a ton of things involved in this for some reason. Okay. Convert loses EXIF. Fix image rotation. All right. I'm going to try this block. So we get this image. We're going to check its orientation. We're going to rotate it. But that's going to change the image, I swear. And then we'll set it to top left. We'll see. So we'll take this temp. Let's look at what temp looks like right now. Temp is now upside down, so I don't want that. Test 2. Okay, we'll start with test 2. All right, we'll start with test 2. Test 2 is right side up, but the file believes it's upside down. So we will run test 2. Now back on the site, we're going to be able to see that as test. All right, test. Oh my God, I think this is it. Okay. All right. So we've got, that was just the junk one from before, so I'm going to be able to go back. All right, thanks for bearing with me on this. Vegan pizza. James had vegan pizza. I haven't had vegan pizza in a while. I have had it. You know, where you can't have eggs in the dough and no meat on it. Which, you know, no meat on pizza is fine. Mushroom black olive is one of my absolute favorites, so no problem there. All right, so we're going to start with the Google image. We're going to pull it down. We're going to rotate it. Then we're going to go through all the watermarking, and we're going to output it as test. And we should see a regular, properly sized image. And then we're going to do it again with the one that we know is already right and make sure that stays right. And then we can move on to the step that we should have been on an hour ago. This is it. This is how this stuff works. Look at that. Bottom left, watermark. We got image facing the right way. So now we're going to take this one again, and we're going to run that through the system. All right, and then we go back over to this picture and we refresh. Okay, that's it. That's the solution. Thank you guys for bearing with me on that. That was dumb. That was real dumb. You know, that's just a unexpected sidetrack. So what we got to do is basically what this script is doing is open up the image, pull the orientation from it, and then run through a, you know, this, that, and the other check switch. Let me just properly tab this out so that I don't go crazy. And why they would put the comment after the action is beyond me. All right, so And there's no default case. We don't need to do anything in the default. So there. So if we see that it's oriented, if it's coming out currently as bottom right, we rotate it in ImageMagick, and then we set the orientation back over top of whatever it is, because it's, as far as its brain's concerned, it's still interacting with it in its upside down or sideways state. So once we do that, then it's in the always up-down orientation. So, you know, and I'm sure down the line this is going to help some other layer of this whole thing. I'm going to open up this ration real quick, which means I want to swap to full-on webcam view. I think you guys can still hear me, right? Yep. I think. And then we're going to look down at, look down at the desk surface there. Sounds easier to just take another picture. There are 17,000 pictures, Robert. And we have to rotate probably 4,000, 5,000 of them. I'm not taking 5,000 new pictures. That piece of code, that's it, it's done. That'll do it all for us forever. So, ooh. No, we do still have to rotate them. I was just thinking, we might not have to rotate them at all anymore, but no, how would it know what's the top and, you know, bottom on that? Okay, so this is one of my favorite quick ration meal kind of snacks, or ration snack things. So this is a Ameriqual disaster ration. It's got a main. It's got a sleeve for that main. It always comes with a pound cake of, you know, or some kind of, you know, cake. This one's a muffin top, trans fat free. They always come with a pack of Skittles, and they come with a seemingly random bread item. In this case, we get a WSB. I can do that in a day. No, I can't, Robert. It took me an entire year to take the pictures for this. I don't know. Yeah. No, I cannot take 4,000 new pictures across 1,000 items. And it's probably more like 16,000. No, I have no idea how many are screwed up. Okay, you're just messing with me, that's all. That's all right. I never know what people think goes into this. All right, so we got a flameless ration heater. Gonna tear that open. I can't read sarcasm well. So we got you know, the elements in there. Actually, I'll just show you guys. It's just a little water permeable semi-cloth kind of pouch full of these filings that when they get wet, they react and produce heat. So we're going to put that with the ration, with the thermostabilized entree back in here. And then we're going to take a bottle of water, just put a little water in here. And if Nick's still here, I'm sure he's wanting me to test the spit method. I just don't want to do that right now. He said he saw these you know, operator guys basically swish the water around in their mouth and then spit it back out into the heater, and swear that that makes it cook faster. They also like Indian burned it, which, just from my own experience so far, I do not believe helps at all, and actually just hurts by getting that crud everywhere. So So one thing I tend to do after you put the water in is I hold it heater side down. I kind of curve it, and then rock it while scratching against the bottom, just to kind of force water into all the different compartments in that little pouch that we just saw. There's 4 chambers. So I just kind of rotate it around, try and make sure that it gets wet, and then make sure that the water is drained down to the bottom, and then give it a little air and wait. Yeah, so this is going. So what this is doing, this is is basically high-speed rusting, and it's producing hydrogen gas. And it's funny because you can, let's see if we can do it. If you force the gas out through one point, and you get like a little bit of steam going, you might even be able to light it on fire. Woo! Okay, so a little more gas than I thought. That's fun. All right, that was cool. So if you can arrest the gas coming out, but not have a trapped pocket inside, yeah, that'll burn. You can use it as fuel. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that flash? How crazy was that? But this column of steam, I've done it before where I light it and it just sits there and it burns at the edge, but that just straight up exploded on me. That's awesome. That's terrible. Do not try this at home, kids. Sorry about that. So then you slide it into the sleeve with the top folded over, kind of give it a bit of a knead, and we're going to put that down on an or something that is a combination of the Skittles pack and the muffin. We got our wheat snack bread to dip in there when it's ready. We're going to put that all back off to the side and bring this back up, and we're going to give it a few minutes. Yeah, so that's cooking real good. That's definitely producing plenty of hydrogen gas. There we go. Yeah, informative and explosive. So, in the event that for some reason you would need to, you could technically capture that and put it in a balloon, or put it in that balloon can be made of tissue paper. That balloon can be made of cardboard. Not cardboard, like construction paper, or anything fair to moderately light. If you don't have like an actual balloon, and honestly, a rubber balloon might be harder to get the gas into in the first place because there's not a lot of pressure coming out of that. But you can use it, you can collect it, and you can have a lighter than air device, object, whatever you want to call it. You could also use these as distractions. You can put a heater in something and let it build up. I'll stop talking about this. This is probably not the best topic, but yeah, they're basically little dangerous devices on their own. All right, so that's cooking up. That's already really, really warm. I wonder if partially exploding it makes it work a little faster. Let's see. So we were enthralled with the conversion process going on here. So back to the code. This is the piece that solved it. So we're going to take this orientation block and we're going to bring that back over to our primary script over here. Wait. I'm going to bring that back over here. put that in this process here, just so we don't forget about it later. All right, so what we had done so far was read in the spreadsheet, and then for each row we reassociated it as output. So I'm going to grab a fresh copy of this spreadsheet from the site. Can't believe I just blew that thing up. That was real fast that it built up all that gas. Real fast. All right, so here's a fresh copy. We're going to overwrite the, we don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. So we're going to overwrite the testing CSV. I'm going to copy this out because this was something we, let's see. What am I doing? All right, copying that, reacquiring this, paste that over, close that. All right, so back in the conversion script, we're just going to run this again real quick and make sure the output looks like what I want it to, which should be the new list with the small sections, and then we got the Google Drive links in it for now. So we know that the association's going good. What we want the end result to be is that these are going to be the path to the actual files themselves. So there's going to be like slash objects slash large slash objects slash small slash objects slash thumb. You know, that's what we're going to do. So I'm gonna make a sample space for that. We're going to go make dir objects, and then we're going to go make dir objects large, objects small, objects thumb, and then we'll be able to write images to them. When we're doing this, now that we have all the data from the spreadsheet, they don't need to have a crazy ugly name like UC question mark ID equals whatever. They're going to get to be named the appropriate collection identifier, and then the image that it is. So that's going to be part of the steps we walk through here. So now we've got those folders there. All right, so we're going to convert and compress the first image. So the first thing we're going to want to do is I'm going to bring over all this kind of stuff. And wherever it says image, I'm going to change this to primary image. All right, and instead of read image going to a website, we're going to read image from the cell that we know it's in the spreadsheet, which is object location. So we're going to go read image, and that's going to be in this current item. Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat too much. Amelie is back. Yeah, I'm sure chat's slowing down since, you know, what the heck is any of this? So we're going to read the image out from there. That's going to have the path to grab it from the Google Drive. Now, we'll fix its orientation in case it's messed up. And if it's not, it'll stay fine. Then the watermark, we don't need to do on every pass, because the watermark we're gonna always have be the same. So let's take the watermark and put it outside this whole loop. And we're going to take these other parts of it. So we don't need to get the watermark go through working with that file every single time we pass through this process. We know it's there, we've set it to watermark, we can use it whenever we want. So we do need to check for the image width and height, so I don't like the way this is labeled, so I'm going to change it to my style. And then we just do the same thing over here. And then looking at this, I realize now that I don't use the width anymore, so we don't need it. We don't need to ask for it. So we're just going to get the height, and we're going to use that down here. And honestly, because we don't use it anywhere else, I don't even need to do that. I can just put that directly in here. So I can say composite image with the watermark using composite over, 50 in from the left and 200 up from the bottom. And that's the simplified version of that. So that'll watermark it. Now what we want to do is reduce its quality to 30%. And then that's the first stage. Stage 1. Orient. Let's see, stage 1. Orient. Watermark. And reduce. And compress. All right, so that gives us the starting point for the image that then we're going to make several copies out of. And looking at this, yeah, no, we'll do it this way. Okay, so the full image, the large image, we're ready to go. So we can save the large version of the primary image. So we'll do primary, right image. We know we want to put that into objects, large, and what we don't know is what we want to call it. So I'm going to stick to the end of that. The current item is where we have our values for this. So current item, and then, let's see, current item, what value do we want out of there? If I do identifier, yeah, identifier should be fine. So that's going to give us these values from this spreadsheet. So we'll get like RM_1_1. So that means Ration Museum Box 1, Item 1. So right now we're putting the file in the objects folder, then the large folder under that, and it's called RM_1_1. But we don't want it to end with that, so we're going to also put dot to continue this, and we're going to say large.jpg. Okay, so now we're going to have the output of that is going to be a file in that folder with that naming structure with large.jpg at the end. So then, heck, the metadata actually doesn't even need to contain a path anymore. Well, I don't. I'm getting in the weeds. So if we run this right now, what this is going to do is go through everything and put a file in there for the large versions of all this stuff. I didn't correct for that Google 403, so we're probably going to see that it would do some of them and not all of them. And before I get too far in the weeds, I can't forget that I've got this cooking. Already pretty darn hot. Yeah, the top of it is really hot. So that might have cooked long enough already. Let's see when I was talking about the explosion. James said that was informative right after it exploded. Holy crud, that was already 14 minutes ago? Time flies, time flies. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the webcam only view. Yeah. I'm gonna try to get an okay view of the surface here. That. All right, so 14 minutes, plenty of time for one of these. Pull that out. Put the bomb off to the side. Take half of this to soak up any water that's got that residue from the heater on it. There's nothing dangerous there as far as consuming goes, but you know, rather not taste it, so just cleaning it all up. And then this one, the vegetarian taco pasta, is a bowl style, so I'm going to crimp it lengthwise and then do a lengthwise peel. Ooh. A little piece of it. Yeah, there we go. So now we've got a nice hot bowl of vegetarian taco pasta. We're going to take our spices they include. We've got, oh, that wasn't food. We've got perfect seasonings. It's just a random little, kind of like an, just a generic seasoning salt, like a Lowry's seasoning salt kind of mix. And then a little thing of black pepper. Just going to spread those in there. And going to snag the wheat snack bread. As you guys already know, I like to bust it up along these perforations in it into like little breadsticks. You know, whether I'm putting cheese on it or whether I'm eating them like this, it doesn't really matter. You know, let's try a bite. So. Behold, for I have returned. What are you, MacArthur? He didn't say behold first, did he? I just know that when he had to leave, I forget which island. You know, it was a pretty big deal, and when he came back, he said, I have returned. All right, so it's got kind of a, I don't know how to describe. There's kind of a strange taste to this one. It's got just the slightest aftertaste of something I can't quite place, but overall it's really good. You know, there's a lot of big chunks of pasta in there, and beans and tomato. You know, and these things every now and then they turn up. They're usually really cheap. Um, I got all of these for a little over $3 a pop. You know, they don't have a side dish. They have just the bread, the main, the Skittles, and a cake. But pound cakes are some of the best darn dessert items in any of the any of the MREs. So I'm fine with always having a pound cake. Had the marble pound cake, the I want to say lemon poppy seed, the maple muffin top, and a couple others in these so far. They're made by Ameriqual. They don't have a fully set menu just because you know they're gonna potentially change. That's where he had left Late Island, or Leyte. I'm glad I didn't guess. I would have guessed wrong. So these don't have a complete accessory packet. They don't have any drinks. So honestly though, anybody who's eaten a lot of rations generally ends up with a whole bunch of extra accessory packets and extra drinks. So I tend to break these open and stick, just an extra beverage base and accessory packet in them. You know, and honestly, they're pretty calorie dense. Like this main is 280 calories. The wheat snack bread is another 190, so we're at 470 calories. And then the pound cake is another 280, so we're at 550. Yeah, 550 calories. And then the Skittles on top of that are another 250, so we're at 800 calories. Wait, no, I just screwed that up. All right, we're at, okay. What did I say this first part was? Okay, so we're at 280. Yeah, no, I screwed that up. I missed a whole section somewhere. 280 plus 2, not 78,000. What did I just do? 280 plus, no, stop it. 280 plus 280 plus 190 plus 250. 1,000. We're at 1,000 calories in one of these things. You know, that's fantastic for $3. For ready to eat, includes the heater. Yeah, you really can't beat these things. They usually show up in 30 packs. Of all the same menu. The dessert item inside may vary, and the bread item may randomly vary. Like you might get, of those 30, you might get half of them with wheat snack bread, a third of them with breadsticks, and the other chunk with tortillas. You know, you never know. But you know, that's the price you pay for something that cheap. The reason I mentioned there were no accessory packets, there's no hand sanitizer, or you know, there's no moist towelette at the end. So I am gonna have to go wash my hands in a minute. So I'm trying the maple muffin top. I already ate a chunk of it, but I know this camera really sucks for the up close stuff. It's not meant for it. I'm gonna put the rest of that to the side. I'm just gonna wash my hands real quick and we'll jump back in. I'm not gonna eat these Skittles right this moment. Though there's a sharp bit along this edge, which means they melted. I'll show you guys. They melted at some point in here, which might explain kind of the weird aftertaste. That probably did get some heat damage. And you can see in the Skittles, there's this kind of like ridge of melted ones. Sometimes though it's neat, and I wonder if there's any in here. When they melt, they do so in a way that like drains the shell of the Skittle, yeah, Skittles candy, so that you get a hollow, like candy shell, and the chewy part has come out. It's just weird. All right, I'm gonna go wash my hands, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. So, where did we leave off? All right, that's the 1,000 calories. So 1,000 calories You know, you only need 2 of those things a day for average adult with regular exertion. So that's, you know, that's pretty darn good, in my opinion at least. Move that a little more. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so we've got spreadsheet coming in. We've got the first item breaking off. We've got it making its large version. And then we don't need to start over. We can take this compressed one and we can resize it. That's why I, oops, what did I just close? I guess the test, I don't need it. That's why I kept that other chunk of code. That's right. Well, I closed it now. So let's see if that's still on my clipboard. Nope. Okay, so we're going to need resizing. Oh, actually, that might be something we do with the watermark up here. Scale image. Okay, we do. So we want to have a set size for the small version and for the thumbnail version. So scale and say the thumbnail version of the primary image. All right, so we've got primary image, scale image. Rather than do a percentage, we know we want something specific. Oh, wrong one. So I've got that screen ruler somewhere. Where did I put that? Well, I know I had it. Here we go. Screen ruler. So got this thing. What we want to do is, oh, that's right. It like follow mouse pointer. No. Okay, there we go. So I want to see how big is the default space here. So we got 350 pixels across for the thumbnail, and then for the main image here, we've got, looks like uneven size. Looks like we're looking at 540 for the small version. So I wonder if we can scale with just one dimension. If we just scale with the width, will it auto scale the rest? So let's give that a shot. Let's do scale image. Let's do medium. We wanted 540. And honestly, let me just go ahead and do a search for a magic scale. So there's scale image and liquid scale image. One of those might be what we want. Some kid outside is like dying or something. It's one of the worst screaming child noises I've ever heard. You know, and it's kind of a shame, like in Montana, that would almost prompt like a reaction, like let's go find out if everybody's okay and see like if somebody needs some help. But here it's like it's just noise. It's just nonstop random outside noise. You know, you never get, you couldn't react to even 100th of it. You know, you don't, I mean, and it's never anything. But like, you know, you'll just be having dinner and there'll be this blood-curdling, top-of-the-lung shriek from down the street. You know, and you go out and it's some random drug addict or something. So it's like, oh, great. You know, what am I going to do about that? Nothing. Don't get involved. I need to move. I need to move. All right, so I'm searching for what happens if I only want to do the width. Let's see, the other parameter will be calculated if 0 is passed. So that's all I needed to know. So basically, I can back here, instead of trying to figure out what the width is going to be, I mean what the height is going to be, which is going to be different based on whatever orientation the image is in. So rather than do that, I always want it 540 pixels wide, and I want the height to be constrained to the same proportions as the the shrink for the scale. So you could do that by saying get the image width, get the image height, divide 540 into the image width, and get the percentage that 540 is of the original image size, and then multiply that by the image height to get the exact same constraints for that. But then you're left with remainder portions and all that kind of nonsense, and it's just annoying. So instead, we are going to do primary image, scale image, and primary image, right image. And now we're going to put this one in objects. See, and I'm calling it the medium version. I should call it the small version. Objects, small, and then we'll do this same thing, but we'll end it with small. Robert, I'm glad you came by. Sorry for the the nonsense stream. I hope you had some fun here anyway. Always very much appreciated. All right, so now it's writing the small version. Now we're just going to do this same thing, but for the thumbnail. And we know that we want the thumbnail to be 350, so we're just going to scale again down to 350 and call it thumb, and call this thumb, and that should give us the 3 versions of this. And we're just going to see if this is working by doing an exit right here and running this. So PHP conversion. No errors. All right, so now let's go back here and let's go look at conversion objects, small, rm1 small.jpg. All right. Now we'll look at the thumbnail version. that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's tiny. Look at it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, my golly. This is starting to work. This is starting to work. So now we are watermarking and resizing and compressing, all from the spreadsheet, all automatic. And I just realized something that I should be doing over here. So we'll switch back over to this. We're going to need these path values all the way across to write into the output row. Excuse me. So I'm going to move this rebuild new output row up here. Yeah, I'll move it up here. No, shoot, I just thought of something that's going to be a pain. Figuring out, when we run through this for new stuff, figuring out that we've handled something already. Because the old values are going to exist in the spreadsheet every time. And I want to overwrite them with these, but I'm going to need to put, there's going to need to be a whole bunch of logic around not writing the same stuff over and over. So we're going to skip that for now. So up here, I want to set the default values for everything. And I don't want to write it. I want to say set incoming values to new output array, overwrite as we go. Well, I'll just say set new. All right, so now that's going to give us that array with all the existing stuff, but as we go through this, we're going to put our new values in over the old ones. So let's see. Primary, large path. Put that there. And then we can call this. And then we can also do output row, object location equals, we need a starting slash. So we'll put that and then we'll concatenate that, which that period and just putting a period against two variables in PHP just sticks them together. So we're just making that thing into slash objects large, etc., etc. So now we're writing that over the existing value in that output file. And then we're just going to do this same thing for the other two. So we've got primary, small path equals that, and then we can do primary small path, and then output row, small, is it just small? No, image small. Image small equals primary small path. Well, equals slash dot primary small path. So then, just do it one more time here. See how my handwriting, or I mean my bad typing, is one of my biggest enemies in coding. I just smash things sometimes. All right, so, and write the wrong stuff. All right, so we got primary thumb path. And then we put output row. Image thumb equals slash dot primary thumb path, save. All right, so now our output row has got the locations to where the files will be created on the actual site. And we won't have the big long URL to where they are in Google. So, and we've got the different sizes, and they're watermarked, and they've been compressed to be much lighter and better on the browser. So like for instance, we're going from 3.9 megabytes per thumbnail on that one page to, let's go to objects, thumb, LSLAH. So we're going down to 40 kilobytes. So 40 divided by 3,900, we have saved 99% on that particular part of the site. So the image pages, or I mean the catalog page will now be able to load 100 100 artifacts from the Ration collection in the same speed that it was loading one. So if we have 1,000 on there, it's going to load faster than it is for the 30 that are on there right now. So we'll be able to have all 1,000 on one page, and you can just keep scrolling, and they'll just keep snapping in there super fast. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want this to be really nice, really snappy, you know, really easy for people to use. And then we'll just keep on getting the data better and better. We'll write descriptions, we'll put the latitude and longitude for everything, you know, we'll keep improving the tagging, and then we'll start adding extra content like links to people's reviews of them, downloadable PDF files from government databases that cover their use in the field, and all kinds of stuff. You know, and I think we've come pretty darn far in 3 hours tonight on this so far. Like, this is a nice program here, I gotta say. So now we've done the primary image, and we can move on to all the remaining 8 images, which all we need to do for them is get their image, do the same thing with its orientation, watermark it, compress it, save it. We don't need to make all the different versions. So, you know, technically I could take this whole orientation part and put it somewhere else, but I mean, and reference it twice, but you know what? I'm just going to be inefficient for once. Like, it's fine to be inefficient. So I'll reuse, I mean, I'll use the, I'll write primary here so that I can reuse it later. Okay. And then all of this stuff we're going to use pretty much down to here. No, I am going to do this the right way. Dang it, brain. No, because this is different. No, I'm going to do it the lazy way. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, so we're going to do for each. Count in range 8 Will that work? I've been writing Python a lot this past week, and now that's in my head. Okay, so I can do for each range 1, 8 as count. For each range 1, 8 as count. Let me, before I get too far with this, test it in the test file. Oh, did I empty that out somehow? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. All right, so don't need that for now. I'm just going to comment that. For each range 1 to 8 as 8. I guess I could do a for loop. For loop is what this is for, but yeah, I'll just do a for loop. No, I won't. I want to try this. I'm only saying, fittingly, the milestone, of item 50 had to be a British Ration ORP. Nice. Excuse me. Okay, so that worked. It's just going to output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as it goes through 8 times. So that's all I want to do there. So we're going to count. Oh, yeah, no, I want to start at 2, and I want to go to 9. So there we go. We'll do, let's see, cell name equals image underscore dot count, and then we're going to do this whole big block all the way down to there. Oh, that's right, we do have to do 2. We don't have to do thumb though, but we do have to do 2. All right, and from here down, actually it'll be easier to change this in another cell. So we don't want primary image. We do want it tabbed in one more. So don't want primary image, we want current image. So we'll do current image. I see where I screwed up some code here. Primary, small path. Let me fix that. Whoa, 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 what did I just do? How did I even do that? How did I do that? Oh, come on. I don't even know what I did. Ah. What did I just hit? I've never done this in all the years of using this. Okay. Weird. All right. Everywhere that it says that, it needs to say it with one Y. Replace all. Okay. We can take this exit out of there now. All right, back over to here. Everywhere that it says primary would have been a better thing to search for. We want it to say current. And we'll chop out that Y manually this time. There we go. So we got current image, current image. All right, now we can bring this back over. Drop this right there. Okay, so for each current image, we're not looking at object location. Instead, we're going to look at this path we just made called cell name. And we're going to put this in the output row as cell name. And then we're going to put it in the output row again as cell name dot small. So with one pass of this, let's do a print. We'll print out that output row and we'll escape the whole program so that we only do it once. Don't need to put an exit down there anymore. All right, so now we're going to see how the output looks if this runs. No errors. Oh, errors. Read image failed. 403 forbidden. Thank you, Google. Let's do it again. Invalid file name provided in line 107. Fatal error. Okay, so what probably just happened there is it got to a cell that doesn't have any content, and it tried to find an image, and it waited for a full timeout. So what we're looking at in this spreadsheet, we've got an image 2, an image 3, and an image 4. So it probably did the conversion for the first, pulled down the first image, converted it, pulled down the second, converted it, pulled down the third, converted, pulled down the fourth, converted, and then crapped out because it tried to get the fifth, and there is no fifth, and in this it looks like that'll break the whole process. So what we need to now do is continue out of this loop. Continue is basically saying skip over where I'm at. Don't do the rest of the piece of this loop. So we're going to check for in the current item, we're going to look for the cell. We're going to say if, and knowing that this might not be there, we'll put an at symbol. If current at equal nothing, continue. And just because we're doing a debug here, I'm going to say echo skipping skipping cell name and break to the next line so that we see a record of skipping, 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 just to make sure that that's what's happening. All right, Google is going to be mad about this stuff apparently, so we'll have to figure that out too. Oh, 403 forbidden, so that's not, so that was a file that was there. Let's try again, but Google rejected it. This is probably going to be a pretty big problem, getting these things. Okay, so it ran. So I will have to write something that says if it's a 403 response, pause, try again. And with the size of this catalog, it's going to be something that probably has to run like for hours when we're finally ready. So here we go. We can see skipping 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. Skipped over the empty rows. And the new object output has object location 1, 1, 1. Oh, I didn't change the naming. So that's got to get changed. Because it's just written the same stuff over and over again here. So that worked, but we're not writing correctly. So right here, we're still doing identifier large, identifier small. So now we'll have to put in probably the cell path makes sense. So we'll do right in here, we'll put the cell path, or cell name, I mean, cell name. So now it'll be RM underscore 1 underscore 1 underscore image underscore 2 underscore large. It's whatever. It'll, you know, any of these images, then that's the other side of it, the whole thing later. Anything you need to find, we'll be able to find by following the scheme. So I could write other things that can use this data and follow the naming scheme. So basically just needed to get this chunk, put it into the path over here as well. And then that way it writes it when it's writing the image, and it puts the right piece in the spreadsheet. So let's do this one more time. Hope Google doesn't 403 at us while we're doing it. My stomach is making all sorts of noise in reaction to that MRE. I mean, it should be fine. It's funny, the microphone actually picks up me chewing. I don't think it's loud enough for the stream to hear, but I see it on the little bar, which this is what I see. So I see down here on this little bar. Okay, so it ran. And I didn't save, so it didn't do anything different. Yeah, I didn't save. All right, this time. $403. Thank you, Google. Why does it hate my server? $403. Come on, I'm not a bot. I mean, I am a bot, but I'm a good bot. Okay, so here we go. Now we can see the output here. We've got all of our image data in this new output. We've got objects large, 1 large, 1 small, 1 thumb, 1 image 2 large, 1 image 2 small, 1 image 3 large, 1 image 3 small, 1 image 4 large, 1 image 4 small. This is doing what we need it to do. So there's 2 more parts to this. There's don't process the same image ever again. Which is going to be a fun thing to write. And then there's I guess I could store somewhere the collection item number. Like I could store this in 2 files. And I could load the completed file in. And if the line exists, load its content in for the output file and skip it. That should work. Then the files are already in the right place. And hey Smitty, how's it going? Yeah, oh no, this is tech. This is, so far it's 3 hours of watching this guy program. But just to catch you up, we have a system now that takes this spreadsheet and takes these paths to Google Drive and downloads the image for each of these columns, downloads the image, checks its orientation because we've rotated these things and the data in the background keeps that rotation and it's dumb, so we had to solve for that. So it checks the rotation, recalculates it if it's rotated differently than it thinks, resets its orientation, puts a watermark over top of the bottom left corner that says the Military Ration Museum, compresses it by 70% so that the output size is much smaller for the web, even though the dimensions are still the same. Makes a large version, a medium version, and a small version for the main image, and then makes a large and a medium version for everything else. And this is the thumbnail. Oh wait, yeah, this is the thumbnail, this is the small one, and this is the large one, which can be zoomed in. And that's so that when we go to this page, you see how that's taking a long time? Right now, each of these is like 4 megabytes. But what we wanted to do here was have a version that's meant to be the same size that we're seeing here, instead of a huge image that's then squished down just when the page loads. So this is going from 4 megabytes to 40 kilobytes. So we're getting 99% weight reduction on this. And then when you click through to this, each of these right now is that same 4 megabyte version. Well, they're going down to, actually, we didn't look at what the medium ones are like. And I know they're small as far as the site's concerned, but medium in my head. So we'll look at object, small, excuse me. So we're looking at, these versions are barely any bigger than the others, so we're looking at 50, 60K. So these are going to load really fast. So instead of this page loading, let's see, we're looking at this, we're looking at this tray IRP. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 images here. So we got 32 megabytes of images that we're looking at on just this one product. that's going to go down to, let's call it 50 times 8. So it's going to go down to 400 kilobytes versus 32,000. So we're 99% reduction on that too. So we've got a 99% reduction on file size, and they will look exactly like this. Like, let's look at the shrunken test versus the actual item in the collection. Is it 2? No, it's this one. So here it is on the site. This is 4 megabytes, and there it is, shrunken and watermarked. So basically, no difference. We're going to be able to really lighten things up. And then when you click through and you get this little carousel of, the large scale images, these are going from 4 megabytes down to about 500, 600, 800, somewhere in that range. So that's a reduction of like 80% in file size. So overall, this site is going to be blazingly fast when we're done with this, and everything's going to have a little watermark. So I'm super, super thrilled. You can zoom in on these things, and even after we're done, you'll be able to zoom in on these things. So I know these pictures are kind of crappy because they were early on and I had a lot of reflection in them, but the goal here is to have really nice images for everything in the collection, and then to come back through and to label where they're from, to add descriptions, to add additional information, etc. So this is going to get pretty cool. It's just this background piece of getting all the data in there as clean as possible. That's what weighs on my brain. And I'm a DIY guy, so I figured I'd write it. So now we've got the system running through everything. We don't have it successfully getting around the 403, the forbidden message. Well, it went somewhere. Which is going to be a problem because you guys can see in my tests it's coming up all the time. Totally just swallowed a Skittle whole. At least it didn't go in my lungs. So I can download the file to a temp file, and I can check it. So right now what I'm doing is read image from current location. Instead, what I could be doing is, well, let's switch over to the test file. clear this out. People chew Skittles. Well, we do down here in heathen country, but maybe up in the Great White North, you know, you don't have time. You're just being chased by moose all day long, and you know, you don't have time to chew Skittles like some kind of heathen. Yeah, I need about a 10% weight reduction myself, Smitty. It's been an increasing size kind of winter. So you say meese. I want it to be moosin. You know, like just put an N on the end, like oxen, or I don't know. I like moosin better than meese, but meese, you know, meese sounds like geese, but geese pluralizes to geese. Oh wait, no, goose is geese. That's right, goose is geese, moose is meese. In that logic, you know, and if ox is oxen, why aren't boxes boxen? Mouse, mice, moose, meese. Now I want some mise soup. Miso. You got it. All right. So let's see. We need to grab one of these Google URLs. And we can do temp equals file get contents incoming. Let's see, file get content should let me get headers. So I could potentially try and trick it into thinking I'm a regular person with a regular browser to get it. Oh, it's so let's see what happens when. So I'm going to dump this variable. I'm going to allow the warning to happen. I'm going to dump the output, and we're going to run it until we get a 403 error, and we're going to see what the output looks like. And then it'll never ever happen because I'm trying to find it. So, there is no test PHP in the small image directory. Okay, so that's a large picture as dumped out as generic text. let's go ahead and do it again. We can break out of it and do it again. Oop, went back too far. Yeah, of course, it's not going to do it now. Putty, 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 putty. Indeed. I'm just going to copy this in so I can just paste it in. All right. Legitimately, it's just not going to do it now. Oh, it's actually trying to run putty, 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 putty. Great. It's gonna not do it at all now. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe I use file get contents. Yeah, okay. Maybe the problem is just trying to do a read as file. Hey. All right, all right. Can I do this, or do I need to set it first? Let's find out. Invalid file name provided. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll do a file put contents. So we're going to do this. We're going to do file put contents temp.jpg. Set that to file get contents, incoming, read image, temp.jpg. We're going to do this 10 times. That one that I didn't swallow is just sitting right here. That may be esophagus. That may be larynx. I think I can breathe fine. I think it's esophagus. All right, so we're going to do 1 to 10. Don't need to do anything special with this. We're just going to run through it. And every time we pass this, we're going to unlink the file temp.jpg, make sure it's destroyed between each run so that it's not seen from the previous run. And if there's a 403, it should happen when we try to do it 10 times back to back of the same file without any pause. And then we'll add a pause and we'll see if that works. Unexpected error, missing a thing. Where am I missing a thing? Get contents, double escaped, double escape, double escape. Line 3. For each range 1 to 10. Unexpected blah blah blah. I guess maybe I have to do as count. Alright, that's fine. This ain't fast. Alright, it ran without any errors. I almost did it again. We're going to go a step further and we're going to turn this into count.jpg. Is count JPEG. Terrible, Sean, don't do that. And we're not going to unlink it. This would be nice if this just works, because there's no reason that the file shouldn't be there. And the speed that I'm pulling this in, you know, it shouldn't trigger any like, you're a crazy bot, I don't want to deal with you stuff. We got a 403. Okay. So by doing it with file get contents, it's not fatal. It's just a warning. So it continues on in the program, and then ImageMagick tries to get it down here, and that's a fatal exception. When ImageMagick can't get the file it's trying to get, the whole program crashes. So what I want to do, let's see what these files look like. Let's see if it tried to make a number 9. Number 9 is 0. So we see here, because we got a 403, number 9 did not get written. Instead, it got a rejection. So what I can do here is say so I can do while no. So I can, let's see, do temp equals file get contents incoming while temp equals nothing. Although I could actually do that. So I can say, well, temp equals nothing. Yeah, but it's probably more efficient as a do while. Yeah, so if I do temp equals blah 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 while temp equals nothing, it should only pass once because temp should equal something by the end of the first pass. So if it doesn't, then it'll do it again. But it'll do it again immediately. So I could add 1 extra second to each pass, technically, but we'll see how this works. I'm going to do while temp. All right, so now when I run this, theoretically, if it hits an error, I should see the warning, and okay. So there we go. It warned 3 times, but then it continued and it completed. So now let's look at these files. They all have contents. You know what that means? Great success. So what we have is a system to try again and try again and try again whenever Google decides to throw a 403 forbidden at us for one of my own images that I am not forbidden from seeing. Okay, so we don't need the whole loop through the same image 10 times. We just need to do this everywhere that we get an image. We'll do primary image path equals, and we'll pull this piece from down here and put this up into here. And then we'll do while temp image equals file get contents primary image path. I'm going to put an @ symbol on this so that we don't see errors coming out of it. And then while temp image equals nothing. We don't want to name it count or anything like that. We want to pop the temp image into the read statement. Where was that? Read image, temp image. And then we want to unlink it so that it's destroyed. Well, actually, we can unlink it after it's passed. Destroy temp image. And then we want to do that again down here. I'm going to do current image path, current image path, temp image, temp image. I want to swap this up to here, cell name. We want to pull this down to here. Now we want to destroy the temp image on every pass. once we've finished grabbing all the pieces, we destroy it so that then it doesn't trick the next pass or anything like that. All right, so theoretically, this, if unlinked, will let the system run through everything. So can put can put a little echo here, processing. Can't put that before we link the pieces together. And then at the very end of this whole pass, we can say done. And skip to the next line. Oh, I forgot. So this will also have to actually put the output row into the new spreadsheet. So the new spreadsheet is output file. So once we've finished going through all the pieces, then we can fput CSV, output file, and output row. And then after the whole loop, fclose, output file. Let's see, where do I finish running through the input file? All right, and fclose input file, metadata file. Okay, so if this works, what we should see is array to string conversion. Let me stop this. Let's see, line 59. What did I break? Oh, duh. Yeah. I needed to pick something from that file. Object ID. Okay. So, as you can tell, this is not going quick. I just want to see it say done once at least, you know. seems like way too long for one item. Which means I could be stuck in a loop. Or I put this outside the range where it should be. See, so we're within, yeah, we're within the right loop. Sure as shooting, it should have gotten to the end of this first item. I wonder if Google's giving it a hard time all the way through right now. Oh, nope, it's just going to break. Dang it. Okay. I skipped over the file put content step somehow. Yeah, skipped over the file put contents to temp.jpg and unlinking temp.jpg. Damn it. All right. File put contents. So I don't know what that was doing, but it was not going to be happy about it. Okay, so file put contents, temp.jpg, temp image, and then I'm going to grab temp.jpg here, going to unlink it down here, then over in test, did I preset that? No. And then I just got to do that again here. File put contents, temp.jpg, temp image, temp.jpg, unlink temp.jpg, and then I got to do two unsets as well. Unset to clear the variable. And just to make sure it's working at all, I'm just going to go ahead and exit after the very first one is written. I'm going to check on it. Unexpected current image on line 128. I shouldn't have anything in it. Unexpected current image at line 128. I just saved that. Oh. Semicolon. Hide and seek champion of programming since 1974. Okay, so that should stop fairly quickly unless something's broken. So let's see, that is trying to All right, let me echo, let me not suppress the error. See if it's just the 404 or 403 over and over and over. 403. 403. 403. Okay, so that's why it is taking forever. It's getting rejected a lot. And it's taking quite a bit of time to get rejected in the first place. This is no fun. It just worked in the test file just fine. Well, I mean, I guess it got rejected 2 or 3 times and then it made it through. But right now it's just a endless rejection. Like high school, but now it's like doing authorization stuff and nonsense. Why is it doing all that? Yeah, this program is legitimately being 100% rejected now. Great, I've written a bot that Google's mad at before it even starts doing its job. As soon as everything starts to work at all. Well, now it's going to take 60 seconds to reject. Yep. How the heck was the website working? I guess the website doesn't look like a ridiculous bot. I have requested this same image many, many hundreds of times now for the same project. Well, this is a shame. I really wanted to hit run and have us see the system churn through the first 30 items or so from the collection and make a new spreadsheet and download and convert a bunch of images and get all that nicey nice and then manually bring that over to the site. Though I still haven't quite figured out why the site didn't want to load all the previous images. But that's okay, it doesn't have to. I can write something else to bring that in and to push them somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, this just does not work now. 100% 403. Have you refreshed your access token and acquired the proper scope to this project? Ugh, what are you talking about? Using a vAuth token to connect to Google Drive. I don't want to do any of this. I just want to hack it. Yeah, I think this is just going to keep on doing this. Like if I highlight a section, you guys can see every now and then it moves. Oh well, this is our in-between weeks problem to solve. So got the system working. Thankfully it wasn't doing this through all the testing because we needed it to work for testing. But now it can't get a single image out of Google, and instead is just going ahead and trying an endless loop on the same image, getting rejected forever. So I'm gonna cancel that. I wonder if just letting it sit for like an hour or two and trying again, if it'll free it up. But you know, we saw that pass go through and make the images for the first product a little bit ago. So I'm super psyched. All the code works. This was just solving the 403 problem. So this will be something I can solve. I don't know how yet, but I'll get it figured out. And then I just have to implement a piece that allows us to run the same file through it over and over without doing all this stuff every time for the same images that have already been processed. And then I just need to get this set up so that whenever we get a bunch of new content in the spreadsheet, we can just click go and have it update the site. And that'll be nice. So, you know, this is almost done. I would say we're at 85%, maybe 80%. We'll call it 75%. Okay, we're at 75% done on this. There's still the last couple tasks, and then this system is ready for prime time. The collection itself has got a huge amount left to go. We're about 5% through the collection in terms of just getting things in there. And then that data is about 50% of the data, maybe less actually, just considering what it's going to take to do the descriptions and everything. You know, maybe even as low as like 10 or 15% of the data is going to be what we're doing now. So 5% of 10% would mean we've got this same task 200 times over in terms of effort so far. So hey, it sounds like a good long project for a museum. But I want to thank everybody for coming out this week. I really appreciate the folks that sat through another super tech stream, even though I forgot to schedule it in the first place. So you guys are the absolute best. I had a lot of fun. You know, I always like this side of things. I know it might be a little boring for most, so feel free to ask more questions and stuff next time. I'm going to be doing a few more of these probably, and you know, I'll do my best to be back next week, and if I am, I will try to schedule it, you know, several days earlier. And you know, until then, everybody, just remember, stay rational.